1 minute, 1 minute, it's 5:59. There it is. Thanks for being here on time. Glory to God. Glory to God, buddy. All glory to God.
And I'm recognizing them.
Praise the Lord. It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2026-06 to order. The invocation will be provided by Pastor David Fitzgerald of City Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Kenny Johnson. Would you all please rise?
First, I got to start by saying I thought we were all wearing pink in honor of Valentine's Day. So thank you guys for this honor. Thank you for letting me be here today. Let's just bow and go to ask God for his guidance. Lord, I thank you tonight. I thank you for each one that is here. I thank you, dear Lord, for the heart that they have for the city, for how much they care for the people that are here, that live here and dwell in this beautiful community. I ask that, Lord, that you be with these officials, that, Lord, that you watch over them, that you give them wisdom and discernment and the decisions that they have to make. That, God, that you also not just be with them, but you watch over their families and give them strength and guidance. We thank you that, God, we get this opportunity to come together. We thank you that we can come together and just have a time of having healthy conversations, but let it be done so in a way that is in wisdom. The God, that you be with us and give us clarity this evening. We thank you for the men and women who are taking care of the fires around the city. God, we thank you for all of our men and women and all the hard work that they do. And so tonight, in all that is done, let us have peace, let us have clarity and discernment.
Yes.
In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Please turn and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Roll call, Madam Jones.
Mayor Medina.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Ms. Smith. Present.
I want to take a moment to share that there is a decorum statement. I want you all to be aware of them, and they're both on the vision screens to your left and to your right. Deputy Mayor, did you make? Deputy Mayor?
Announcements?
Yes, sir.
One vacancy on the Community Development Advisory Board representing one of the following fields relating to affordable housing: for-profit provider residential home building and actively engaged in the home building positions. We have two vacancies on the Citizens Accountability Task Force. These represent at-large positions. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayfl.gov or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
We're now on agenda revisions. Mr. Morton, any revisions?
No revisions.
Thank you. Madam Smith, any revisions?
No, sir.
Council, any revisions? Seeing none, we're on proclamations and recognitions. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, one of the greatest things that I think we can do as city council is to recognize our local businesses that create jobs within our community. And part of that is we've created the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program. So I want to recognize Richards Paving and Seal Coating LLC. Come on up, sir. It is hereby recognized by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay. Do you have the baby there? Yeah, you want to get it going? Okay. Yeah, so they can see. Yeah, so they could see the fifth generation of Richards Paving, right? Yes. Then he's so cute. Whereas Richards Paving and Seal Coating LLC is recognized as the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program recipient for the first quarter of 2026 for its outstanding contributions to the Palm Bay business community. And whereas Richards Paving and Seal Coating LLC, located at 640 Bluefield Street Southeast, has proudly served the community for more than 15 years, becoming a trusted and valued local business. And whereas Richards Paving and Seal Coating LLC is a fourth generation family-owned business. Isn't that exciting? 4 generations. What's his name? Johnny. And Johnny's the 5th generation. Isn't that exciting? Specializing in high-quality paving, seal coating services for both residential and commercial properties throughout the state of Florida. Whereas Richards Paving Seal Coating LLC has demonstrated and sustained growth and resilience through workforce expansion and continued investment in delivering exceptional services and competitive and reasonable costs. And whereas Richards Paving actively supports and strengthens local community through participation in civic events, including the city's annual Independence Day celebration. And whereas Richards Paving consistently maintains high ratings across multiple platforms and receives exceptional feedback from its customer service, quality workmanship, schedule flexibility, and the ability to successfully deliver projects of varying scopes of complexities, further solidifying its reputation as an industry leader. And whereas Richards Paving exemplifies innovation, leadership, and environmental responsibility within the paving industry by utilizing advanced techniques and high-quality materials to deliver durable and long-lasting results. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the city of Palm Bay, the greatest city on the face of the earth. You thought I wasn't going to say that, did you? By virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby recognize that Richards Paving and Seal Coating LLC is the city of Palm Bay's recipient for the first quarter of the year 2026 for the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program. I've set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this 19th day of February. Congratulations, sir. Come on up. Share a little bit about your business, part of what you do.
I'd just like to say, everyone, I'm really honored with this here, honestly, from the bottom of my heart. I'm a hard worker, my family, and my employees, we really try our best, and it's what I know, so I try to stick with it. Again, thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. This is my youngest grandson, Jonathan, here. He's 3 months, ain't he? Today. And this is my grandson here, Saul. He's 6 years old. This is my daughter, Margaret, and my wife, Margaret. Thanks again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Step on my toes. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Good to see you.
Thanks.
Thank you. God bless
Thank
you, brother. Yes, sir. Take care now. See you, buddy. Take care now. Thank you. You gotta lean a little more. There you go.
Next up, we got Doug Hook. Come on up. We are recognizing National Native Species Awareness Week. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, whereas invasive species are among Palm Bay's most costly threat to natural ecosystems. Whereas invasive species management is an imperative field of study and educational opportunity for Palm Bay's recreationists, land managers, and water management. Whereas recreation, fishing, and natural tourism have been of vital importance to Palm Bay's history, Palm Bay's growth, and financial health. Whereas invasive species management improves the quality of life for all Palm Bay residents, and its importance should not go unnoticed. Whereas the city of Palm Bay recognizes the importance of managing invasive species to protect our ecosystems for future generations. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the week of February 23rd through the 27th as National Invasive Species Awareness Week in the City of Palm Bay, Florida, and encourage all citizens to learn about the impacts that invasive species have on our local environment and economy, as well as to learn what steps could be taken to avoid and manage those impacts. In witness here, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 19th day of February. Congratulations, Mr. Hook.
Thank you.
Here you go.
First off, I'd like to say thank you to the mayor, the council, and all city staff for acknowledging National Invasive Species Awareness Week. This is the first time in Palm Bay's history that it has been recognized, but invasives have long been an issue not only in Palm Bay, but in the state of Florida as well. Everyone knows what the worst offenders are: Brazilian pepper, Cuban tree frogs, air potatoes, and pythons. But there are hundreds of invasives that are sold every day within the city of Palm Bay. Your golden pothos, which is a common houseplant that everybody probably has had an interaction with at one point in time, can strangle a tree just as badly as a python can strangle a bobcat. The impact of invasives on our economy and our ecosystem cannot be understated. A Palm Bay citizen has actually graciously assisted the Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board by presenting the board a full list of invasive species that are found within Florida and the zones where they are most impacted. That list is actually available down there at the bottom by the front door. If anybody would like to grab a copy, you're more than welcome to take that and use that as a guide in the future. During next Wednesday's Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board, we will also be having a presentation from one of Turkey Creek's rangers, who is going to be talking about the impact of invasive species in Turkey Creek, how they manage it, and the long-term problems that they have caused. So I welcome everyone to join us at the next Sustainability Advisory Board on Wednesday here in the chambers to take part in that presentation. In the future, the Sustainability Advisory Board would like to continue to work with the city leadership and the council to continue to recognize National Invasive Species Awareness Week, and hopefully in the future we will be able to grow our educational initiatives and bring more awareness and more education to the citizens of Palm Bay as part of National Invasive Species Awareness Week. Lastly, I'd like to remind everybody, as our plants are mostly dead right now from the freeze, as we are going through our yards and trying to replace what has been lost, keep in mind what is and isn't invasive. When you are at big box stores, you will find things that you may not know are an invasive species, so I would recommend you do your research and try to help do your part in controlling invasive species in Palm Bay. Thank you.
Sorry.
One more, Mayor.
Appreciate you, man. Look forward to the presentation.
Michael Hewson? Hushin? As you were. Hushin? Hushin like Russian?
Yeah, that S-I-O-N has a shut on it.
Okay, I wouldn't brag about that Russian thing.
Yeah, it's an Irish name.
Is it really?
Yes, it used to be an old Russian. Long time ago.
It's the Russian part that got me confused there.
It sounds like that with a U.
So we're here to celebrate Flood Awareness Week from March 9th to the 15th. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, whereas Palm Bay has experienced severe weather in the past in the form of extreme rainfall or tropical system events resulting in flooding in both coastal and riverine areas. And this flooding has caused damage and flood losses to homes and buildings in all areas, whether they are at high risk, special flood hazard areas, or low moderate risk flood zone. And whereas Palm Bay is a voluntary participant in the National Flood Insurance Program that provides residents with the opportunity to protect themselves against flood loss through the purchase of flood insurance at reduced insurance premium rates, as well as setting higher regulatory standards to reduce the flood risk and potential flood damage to their property. Whereas the reduction of flood loss of life and property damage can be achieved when appropriate flood preparedness control and mitigation measures are taken before a flood. And whereas public education and awareness, potential weather hazards, and methods of protection are critical to the health, safety, and welfare of all our residents. Whereas the Florida Floodplain Managers Association has declared the week of March 3rd through the 9th, 2026, as Flood Awareness Week to promote awareness and increase knowledge of flood risk, the availability of flood insurance, flood protection methods, and how to prepare for emergencies. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of Palm Bay, by the virtue of authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the week of March 9th through the 15th, 2026, as Flood Awareness Week, and encourage all our citizens of Palm Bay to increase their knowledge of how to protect themselves and their property from flooding. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this 19th day of February 2026. Mr.
Sir.
Hewson,
Hush.
Hushin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you. Thanks to the mayor and council. The city's commitment to these partnerships with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and the Florida Floodplain Managers Association really strengthen our city's resiliency to, recover from storms and protect ourselves and be resilient. So it's currently, like the mayor said, I'm Michael Hush. I'm the certified floodplain manager here, and I'm in the growth management department. Our city webpage has a flood info page. You can find all my contact information there. Reach out to me. Happy to answer a lot of questions. I do all the time. You can call the main hotline, and if you just say the word flood, they'll probably send you right to my phone. So,
Can you talk a little bit about the flood?
I am. So the City of Palm Bay is a Class 7 National Flood Insurance Program in the CRS program, which is Community Rating System. So we get a 15% discount on any national flood insurance policies. Because of that rating, we get that rating by having a floodplain management program. So we do things that help protect our residents and help lower insurance costs. So the biggest thing about insurance, and you should start looking at insurance right now. It takes time to get it, but in Florida, it's important. The biggest fact I can quote is 26% of all flood insurance claims happen outside of flood zones. So, and those are just the people that had insurance. They weren't required to have it. They just happened to have it. So there's probably at least that many more that didn't have insurance. So Helene was $3.5 billion in insurance claims in Florida. So it can be costly. And I've witnessed it firsthand. and it's devastating. You have to gut everything when it floods. So check your insurance. You don't have to be in a flood zone, doesn't matter where you are. When we get closer to the storm season, make sure your yard's clear, debris. Try to keep that stuff out of the stormwater system from blowing around or floating away. It just clogs up the pipes and makes a mess. And after the storm, try to stay home. Floodwaters are very dangerous. They're dirty. They're deceiving. They're usually deeper than you think, or they're moving faster underneath than you think. So I've seen people carried away. I've seen cars float away. So it's very, very dangerous. And let our first responders get out there and assess everything. So just try to keep you safe. And again, check our website. Call me. I have some business cards over here. You can contact me. I'm happy to answer any and all questions. So be safe out there. And you'll see our public information officer is going to be putting out some stuff on social media for the week of March 9th through the 15th. Just facts and things to stay safe out there and be ready for floods. Because it happens. It's Florida. We're flat and low, and when it starts raining, we get saturated. It's going to flood. It happens everywhere. So, thank you. Thank you. Let me show this. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Russian?
Yes.
Let me take a few seconds here to get organized. This is really an encouraging time for me to recognize several members of our community. Ideally, they're mostly all here. But this is so critical for the community to know there's so many individuals that give of their time and their sacrifice to our city. So I'm going to call up, if you're here, Henry Morin, Tom Gom, Peter Filiberto. Come on up, guys. Leslie Roach. Is Leslie here? Joshua Frisbee. Chad Story. David Carafa. And Patrick McNally. Are you Patrick McNally, sir? What is your name? Chad. Chad? The Chadster. Okay. Carry on. So, as I mentioned before, these individuals give of their time. It's really something to serve this community. It truly is a blessing. But what I want to convey to each and every citizen about the individuals that are standing alongside of me is that everyone has an opportunity to serve our community as a volunteer. And we should always recognize those that consider others more than themselves. These individuals are taking time away from their families and taking time because they want to help our community and do what's right, what's considered right. So the basic ingredient and foundation of our city is the willingness to take initiative and the voluntary acceptance of responsibility by our private citizens. Each individual has some contribution to offer for the benefit of others. And you as volunteers have contributed to the well-being of fellow residents and the welfare of our citizens by giving tirelessly of your time and energy without desire for recognition or remuneration or personal gain. This volunteer pin is but a small token of our appreciation for your loyal and dedicated public service faithfully rendered to the city of Palm Bay. So I'll start off with Tom Gom. Tom, it gives me great pleasure, especially because I know you're a dedicated member of our community, but moreover, you're a member of the United States Navy.
Right.
And it gives me such an honor. Yeah. This man has given so much, not only for our nation, but for our community. As a Marine, I'm going to take great honor in pinning this sailor. And in the Marine Corps, when we pin, unlike the Navy, we love to draw blood. So, but I know he knows
They
to
were going
take
to
this.
amputate my leg. This isn't going to.
Oh, this is mine. So it gives me great honor, and I truly believe instead of providing the pin in their hands, I think there's something of value, of honor, for me to actually place it upon them. So it is with great honor that I pin you, and I thank you for your dedicated service on behalf of the citizens of Palm Bay, my friend. Hoorah. Go ahead and say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The award tonight is actually for the Infrastructure Board. I'm also the chairman of the Parks and Recreation Board. Kind of have a place where those two meet as we're trying to get a bridge built out at Fred Poppy Park. Those two things come together. But I did have something I wanted to bring up tonight. First of all, I wanted to congratulate staff on Building E. In 24 months, it went from bid approval to up out of the ground, staffed and running. That shows what our city's capable of. Let me share with you what that proves and what we can do. 2 years ago, I stood over there and addressed the previous council and the previous city managers with that we wanted to build pickleball courts in 3 existing parks and then a pickleball complex at Fred Poppy Park. The reason I bring up Building E is filled with staff. Staff needed it. The city needed it to grow. The time it took to build Building E, we've been waiting on pickleball courts with money that's funded by impact fees and has a time limit on it. If they don't spend it, we got to give it back to the developers. So I'm asking that obviously we have staff capable of cutting through the bureaucracy and getting things done. They've proven that. Let's cut through the bureaucracy and build something for the citizens. Thank you.
So next up, we've got an individual that's serving on the Planning and Zoning Board. And again, I have to stress, considering others more than oneself. Peter Filiberto, come on up, sir. I can't draw blood there.
That's the whole point, sir.
I'll still draw blood. It gives me great honor to bestow this pin of appreciation on behalf of our citizens. Thank you for everything you do on their behalf.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. I just want to thank the mayor and council for the appointment, staff for all the hours they put in for the Planning and Zoning Board and the packets that they send us, and lastly, the residents for guiding me in the decision-making process. So thank you all.
And last but not least, I've been informed that Chad Story is a former elected official out of the state of Tennessee. So what an honor it is for me to actually pin you, Mr. Story. But even moreover than that, he has a servant's heart. Not only did he serve as an elected official, he relocates here and he wants to get plugged in to help others and serve others. So come on up, Chad. I'm really honored to do this. On behalf of our people, it gives me great honor. Can I pin you?
Absolutely. Do it.
Were you in the service?
No.
Oh, so you were.
I'm married for 30 years, so it's close enough.
Oh, that's good. 30 years. Thank you for your service. Thank you on behalf of all citizens.
Yeah, I moved here from the Nashville area about 2 years ago. Absolutely loved it here. My daughter decided to come to Florida for college, and that was all my wife needed to follow her. So excited to be here, excited to meet great folks and serve with great folks. And we're just here to pick up the rope, pull it in the same direction, and make the city and the community better. Thank you all.
Yeah, I always look like the big ogre,
Last one.
I don't know why you would say that.
because I've seen pictures of me next to you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
sir. Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, she knows to behave.
Okay, we're now on presentations. Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. It's my pleasure to welcome up tonight Chief Stover. There he is, and I think he might have some folks joining him. He's going to give us a comprehensive update on the wildfire that we just had in the compound recently. And a lot of heroic efforts, a lot of hard work that went into keeping our community safe and getting that fire under control in relatively quick order. And then Chief, also, if you'd address the burn ban in effect as well. I think that's germane to this topic, and remind folks what's happening.
Yes, I'll go ahead and start with the burn ban. Thank all of you very much for allowing the Department of Fire Rescue to come up here and talk about what's taking place out in the compound on February 1st, and to discuss the burn ban. First off, we did put the burn ban in effect because of the freeze, the dry conditions, the homes, as you'll see here in the presentation, how close the vegetation is and stuff like that. The open burning and everything that's been taking place, there's no option but to put the burn plan in place and to make sure that everybody is safe. That will stay in effect until the county lifts theirs. We kind of follow the county when they do theirs, and then the rest of the cities also do that. So that'll keep us we're hoping, to a safe spot where we'll have less fires. And when we do have those fires, if the individuals properly protect their homes, there'll be less damage to the homes. And then we're going to go ahead and go into this presentation. We're going to talk about how effective those kind of things were when this fire took place. So first off, the brush fire on the first, out in, as everybody knows, the compound, it was around 2 p.m. And then I'm going to go through these rather quickly, and then we can get some questions answered here at the end. But we started receiving several phone calls, and units went out there. They went to see what was going on out there. And at the same time this was going on, it's important to note that there were 2 other fires taking place in the city at the same time. So resources were already strapped as it was. We had other units from other jurisdictions and things like that in here, and you'll see that as we move forward throughout this.
So say that one location was the other fires.
One was
on
on
the compound was going
the compound, and then you want the other locations? Yeah, there was the one over there on I-95 that shut down the interstate in both directions, and the other one, I believe, was in the northeast part of the city, if I remember, or northwest part of the city, if I remember correctly.
Thank you.
So basically what we have here is a timeline of what took place, and trying to get that sound. Don't think it's going to work. Can you get that sound up there? There you go. Not so much. What we're about to listen to here is some of the radio traffic that took place when we arrived on the scene. Then you'll hear some radio traffic that took place while we were at the incident, working the incident. And you'll hear in one of these, it's extremely important. You've got a very senior, very seasoned lieutenant that was on scene, and he had notified, he had noticed.
We need
the
multiple units
conditions
on
were
Day
a little
Street. We
bit
have
worse than
multiple
was
houses
anticipated,
in danger this
and
time.
he
Need them
started
on
calling
Day.
for additional units. and we're gonna
1973.
hear that here shortly. No? All right, sorry about that, no sound. Okay, so we'll go back here real quick. As you'll see here, we started getting units that are coming into the incident. They saw the fires were out there, there were some homes out there, ended up being several homes. We started deploying these units, and for those of you that are familiar with the layout of the city and the location of the different stations, you'll notice that when we get to one slide, how few there were, where there were normally on some of the past fires, you saw a whole bunch of Palm Bay units. We were supplemented by other departments because of all the other incidents that were taking place within the jurisdiction. You got it?
We need multiple units on Day Street. We have multiple houses in danger this time. Need them on Day. 1973 Day.
So this is a breakdown of what we encountered once we got out there. And you'll see there, the was where the fire was. And start paying attention to the wind conditions when you're looking at this. You'll see a slide as you go further through here that'll address that. But as the fire was going through, you see where all the different homes were and what the immediate threats were.
Can you get it live?
The areas are lined out to show you where the
I've asked them to leave
immediate,
several
where
times.
the other threats were, and some of the homes that
I'll be
were
running back
pretty
that
much
way.
in the beginning, we thought we were going to write off. But the crews did not allow that to take place, and we're going to go into that here real shortly too. So the fire, as you see here, the conditions and everything that was going on out there. But I do want to point out one thing here on the slide to the left. Deputy Chief Spears, please let the sergeant there know that he passed his job interview and we're ready to take him on whenever he's ready. He did a great job, and we're going to talk more about police department's involvement throughout this fire here shortly.
What sergeant was that, just so that I know?
Honestly, I don't know.
Oh, okay. As you
Also,
were,
you'll see here
DC.
the helicopter with the airdrops. That was the sheriff's office. We encountered them out here doing several airdrops. So the wind conditions, and you'll see here that the tropical storm force winds. That's important. We were dealing with the fire, with not just the heat, but tropical storm conditions that made the fire spread that much more rapidly and get into the area where there's more homes. 40 to 50 acres is what we figure was burned. The homes there was no losses. There was very minimal damage. And when you do see the next slide, I believe it's the next slide, one thing I want to point out before we get there is we're going to give you a number of properties saved. It's a big number. But what that number does not include is vehicles that were there. It does not include the belongings that were in the house, the keepsakes, the Bibles, all those kind of things that you cannot replace, family photo albums and that kind of stuff. So the numbers you're going to see are purely the value of the structure. So 58 homes. When we get done saying everything is said and done, the value of the property saved was $17.4 million. That's a pretty good sized number there. So a lot of that is not only because of the men and women from all the jurisdictions and law enforcement that were out there to help us, but the support we've received from council and city management on getting the equipment we need to put these fires out. And I would like to also mention that we did have a visitor on that scene, did we not, Mr. Mayor? He came out there and he checked out and offered the help that he could help us with and any support he could give us. So what we went through here, when everything is said and done, the number down here, $20,000, fences, small things like that, yard ornaments, the small things that really don't matter. And you're going to see here later on, you're going to see some of the thanks that were given to the firefighters. And it's also important, if you look back here to the back row, well, apparently they went out on a call.
They had a call, yeah, I saw
Some of
them,
those
yeah.
individuals that were sitting in the back when I walked up here were out there on that incident.
So Chief, to that point, I would have had them come up, but I saw they had a call.
Hopefully they'll get back in time. So I really want to stress, there's been a lot of investment into the fire department, and you cannot imagine how much we appreciate it. But these homeowners, at the end, on the end slide, you'll see how much the homeowners appreciate it. Because you gave us the ability to purchase 3 trucks, and we're gonna look at those in a minute. High water / brush vehicles. You saw them outside here a few months ago when we got them into the city. All of those were actively engaged with engine companies, dozers, helicopters, other fire vehicles from throughout the county. We had, Brevard County had about 8 to 10 units. The furthest unit they brought in was from Merritt Island. That's how active this scene was when everything was going at its height. We had about 30 units, and you'll notice that down there on the bottom, about 30 units from around the county that were on this fire. So we want to, first off, we obviously, and I'm very proud of, the men and women of the Department of Fire Rescue here in the city of Palm Bay for what they did. There's also a guy sitting in the back there, Deputy Chief Thomas, who was the incident commander there. 0 property loss. That man did a great job being the incident commander of that call. So
Hey, gentlemen, excuse me,
there's a
sir.
couple of them.
Go stand right next to your chief, please. And come on up, guys. Come on, LT. Come on, chief.
Next, we had Malabar Fire Rescue out there, Florida Forest Service, and Broward, wow, it takes me back a ways. Brevard County Sheriff's Office Aviation Unit, and Palm Bay Police Department. And I want to thank everybody that was out there, because without them, we could not have done this effectively the way we did. But I also want to touch base with Palm Bay Police Department. I was kidding a few minutes ago about the sergeant. However, I think it's important that it's realized what they did for us. They had enough units out there to help us evacuate homes, control traffic, and make sure that the homes that were in danger and we needed to evacuate were doing just that. How that helped the fire department is the fire department did not have to have any of our people come offline of fighting the fire and do that. So I want to give a big shout out to the Palm Bay Police Department and the hard work of those men and women that were out there that day helping us do our job. So thank you very much, Chief Spears. This is an idea of what was happening. This is a shot of what was happening. There's a homeowner taking a picture of the fire.
having these homes evacuate.
We anticipated that home and one other home was going to be lost. The firefighters that were out there were having none of that. And again, we lost none of these homes. There we are. The house in the blue is the house we were just looking from the inside out, where the homeowner was taking a picture of what they thought was the fire coming over to take their home over. And then that fire was also in the area, the scrub area up there, to where the house is with the, it looks like the yellow moving van, stuff like that. So again, 17 million plus property saved. This is what the homeowners had to say. There's a lot of, and these are just a few. There was too many to put up here, but these are some of the thanks that were given to the men and women of all the fire departments and Palm Bay Police Department that were out there on the scene for what they did to make sure that their homes and their belongings were safe. So I'd like to thank everybody that was out there. And I would also like to make sure that Chief Thomas is recognized for what a great job he did out there. All the crews that were out there did an excellent job. But I want to go back to council and city management for a minute. So one of the things, we talked about the specialty units, the high water / brush trucks. So city council approved $1.33 million to purchase those 3 trucks, not out of general revenue. They were impact fee monies. There was not a dime of general revenue spent. This was all developer money that was spent to buy this equipment and help us put out this fire. 1.1 million versus 17 million. Now, obviously, there were a lot of other trucks and vehicles out there, but these trucks played a huge role in this. So I want to thank you guys again for what you did for us. I think I covered everything. Do you have anything else you'd like to ask of me?
Well, the very first thing I want to say, Chief, is thank you for all that you do, and even moreover, the men and women that protect us each and every day. And I got to tell you, as I was fortunate enough to witness the collaboration with PD and fire rescue. You're spot on. It was all about teamwork and saving property and saving lives in our community. That's the first thing. I also wanted to take an opportunity to just highlight what they were going through. If you remember, it was really cold that day.
Yes.
And they're dealing with water, and at the same time you're fighting a blaze, so you're sweating, and you're getting wet, and you're sweating, and then you put out the fire, and guess what? Now you're freezing. Each and every one, and from one fire to the next and the next. So you should be commended. I'm grateful for the presentation. I got to tell you, that investment that we used in impact fees, $15 million in homes that were saved. That's a return on investment, gentlemen. And I'm proud to say I'm thankful for the leadership. Thank you, Mr. Morton. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, DC. Thank you, Chief Agello. The men and women that protect this city, to see them work together as a team. And by the way, I just recently saw a video, and I wanted, if you haven't seen it, it's really great. We have a big law enforcement official by the name of Corporal Dean, and he said he loves fire rescue, his heroes. Have you seen that video?
Yes, we saw the
I
video.
thought that was great. I did a love on that, but I'm going to share the opportunity for council to share what their thoughts are, and I'll start with Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I echo everything you said. I appreciate everything you guys did, and I just think this is an example that shows that, you know, when we go back to our debate for the millage rate, even though we're going to go ahead and get that millage rate down in the next cycle, it was critical that we make sure that we update those fire trucks and that we're ready to go for something like this. So that's all. Thank you guys very much for everything you did.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
First thing I do want to say is thank you. And something that wasn't mentioned in here sorry, it's loud. Something that wasn't mentioned in here is the emphasis that you yourself and your staff has taken on training. Training is just as important as the equipment and the tools that we fight to get you guys. And I mean, I know firsthand, I was trained by one of your people there in my fire school, so I know your training is impeccable. And I want to thank you for making that a priority all times.
And I appreciate that, and I'd like to make a note to that also. Impact fee helps us put a lot of those training props and all that equipment out there so these individuals can safely be trained. And I do also want to remind everybody, there's no way I could fit everybody that was on scene in this building today. Right. So there's more out there that did it, not just these guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and one of them was a Marine, so just wanted to share that.
That is all I had to say, but thank you very, very much. And the training that you guys do, the effort that you guys take to be the best above and beyond, it shows. It shows every single time we have this. And I mean, I was unfortunate enough, yet fortunate enough to be here and a city employee and have my fire standards during the Mother's Day fires. I was here to understand that. And I was having relapses of the Mother's Day fires when I saw this go through.
Yeah, man.
I remember being 3 and 4 years old when we had the bad Malabar fires. Like, I know how bad things can get. And the fact that you guys did what you did without losing one house just shows how impeccable you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Councilman Hammer, I'm going to share with you, I'm going to agree wholeheartedly about the training and the whole nine, and how better prepared we are today than what we were yesteryear.
Yep.
Councilman
I thought about the Mother's Day fires as well, because I was at Bayside when that happened, so that was crazy for us, but we got out of school, so we weren't thinking about it at that time, but looking back on it, what the men had to do then and what y'all had to do now, thank y'all for your efforts. Thank you for being selfless and just resilient, man. Talking about heat then cold and heat then cold, like that's resilience and perseverance at its finest, so thank you all.
I think we have a couple that were on the Mother's Day fire, right? Yeah. So we have a few of those guys.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. As a lot of you guys know, my brother's a county firefighter, and you know when he leaves the house to go to work, you know that's a huge concern for our family, and we know you, every single one of you, put your lives on the line, unselfishly, and take on a huge risk to go to work every single day. And you know we can talk about no loss of structure, but there's also no loss of life either, which is unbelievable. Right. And you know, I've had the opportunity to do ride-alongs, spend time with some of you guys at different stations, and it's a first-class operation, without a doubt, top to bottom. You guys work incredibly hard. I'm grateful that, you know, we've been able to provide the tools and resources for you to be successful, to protect our community, and I know, for one, I'll continue to support Palm Bay Fire, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to just close out on one last thing here. The KBDI index here is, it goes from 0 to 800. And as of this morning, we were above 600. So please, everybody, no open burning.
Period. There's a ban.
800 is the worst. We're in a lot of trouble. 600 is not good.
Correct. Yes, sir. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank all of you very much for your support.
God bless you. Thank
Have a
you.
good night. Thank you.
So now we have our second presentation, Douglas Hook, Chairman of the Sustainability Board. Mr. Morton?
I have nothing other than thank you, Mr. Hook.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager, for allowing me the opportunity to come up and make this presentation today. I want to express that this is not just a presentation on my behalf, it's a presentation on the behalf of the entire Sustainability Advisory Board. I just happen to be the representative up here talking tonight. So primarily thing that I wanted to talk about tonight is going to be the Native Remembrance Garden that we had presented and talked about as the Sustainability Advisory Board. So why is a native garden important? Of course, you're going to be supporting wildlife, you're going to be supporting ecosystem health, environmental protection, climate regulation. Most people know all those things, so I don't want to go too entirely in depth into that. But supporting our bees, butterflies, our birds, our local animals and everything, that's all what native plants will do for you. The history of the native garden. This was a project that was actually originally presented in 2023 by the Sustainability Advisory Board at that time. I was not part of that at that point in time, but we did have a presentation made. City Council approved it. It was actually moving forward with the project. It was funded, and then Building E happened, which Building E is a great thing for the city. It was something that needed to happen, and the Sustainability Advisory Board holds no ill will on that. But with that Building E, building on there, there was actually fiber optic cable lines that needed to be run through there. So even though we laid down solarization as part of this project and got it rolling, that solarization had to come back up and that project got put on halt until the Building E finished. So that was what happened in 2024. In 2025, of course, we had the tragic passing of Susan Connolly, who was a valued member of the Sustainability Advisory Board. One of the things that she had talked about before I even joined the board and I just started going to meetings was she wanted to see this garden come back to life once Building E happened. So in her passing, I come up to the council and presented a remembrance garden for her at Building E. That was something that I just kind of off the top of my head tried to throw together and see whether or not council was interested in it. There were some situations that needed to be changed about the logistics behind that, and we'll get into that a little bit more in the future. But we would like to see that garden continue on in her honor. So why now? That rolls right into that part. Susan Connolly's passing was a major blow to the city. It was a major blow to the Sustainability Advisory Board. And it was a major blow to this project, I'll be straight honest with you. She was a key driver of the original product. She worked very hard on this. There was another board member who I'm going to talk about in a minute, was also another major driver of this. So we would like to see Ms. Connolly's legacy continue forward, this project that she was such a champion of continue forward, and make sure that it gets done. With Building E's completion, we no longer have the problem of that construction being in the way. I was actually able to run through and look at some of the places where the fiber optic lines were being laid at, and they are not going to be in the site that is proposed for the garden. So that is not going to be an issue long-term on there. We are willing to run 811 locates on there to make sure that that is not going to be an issue and that we can continue forward with the proposed site on there. Again, my favorite adage in gardening is the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. The same holds true for native plants. Native plants have a kind of process that they go through. It's usually a 3-year process called sleep, creep, leap. So in the first year, they are putting down roots. You're not going to see much growth going out of them. The second year, they're still building out their root system, but you might get a little bit of growth out of there. And it's going to take 3 years before you really start to see these things take off. So obviously, if we're looking at a 3-year time frame for being able to see major growth from the garden, the sooner we get it in, the better it's going to be. And lastly, again, one of our Sustainability Advisory Board members, who I talked about last week, Jane Higgins is going to be moving away into Jacksonville to move on to the next chapter of her life as a grandmother. So she, alongside Susan Connolly, were the two main drivers on the Sustainability Advisory Board there. So obviously, we have lost Ms. Connolly. We are going to be losing Ms. Higgins. We would really like to see this project hit the ground, get approved, and have their legacy with the Sustainability Advisory Board and what they drove within the city of Palm Bay move forward, and know that that is happening. So the scope of the project on here, the purpose is going to be to provide a remembrance garden and education native garden for the residents of Palm Bay, to learn about and enjoy the beauty of native plants, while also being able to honor those who have positively impacted the citizen in a citizen advocacy role. This was something when I originally brought up the Susan Connolly Garden, the council actually mentioned maybe not make it Susan Connolly specific, but be able to recognize other citizen activists who have played a role within Palm Bay's future. We love that idea, and we would like to see that move forward. And this garden allows us the space to do that. And we would be able to put plaques on benches. We may be able to lay down situations where there are bricks with names on there. There is going to be a water feature that is included in part of it. And we would be able to have some engraved stones around that water feature as a focal point to where those individuals have a long-lasting legacy here on Palm Bay City Hall campus. So the project objectives, obviously there's going to be the educational component on there. There's the remembrance component on there, but there's also the sustainability component on there, which is going to be a big factor for this. Native plants allow you to have a garden, make it look beautiful, and have it in a situation where there is very low requirements for water, very low requirements for pesticide, if any, no herbicides, no fertilizers. Once the plants are in the ground, they're from Florida. We have Florida's environment. They love to grow here. So it's a very sustainable way and can serve as an example for not only our citizens, but our businesses as to how you can do beautification projects on their properties in a meaningful way that is low impact. This slide here shows the 2023 plan as it was approved. You can see there was a lot of development that goes into it. There are gravity drip lines and some interconnected rain barrels on there. Those are no longer part of the project at this time. It's something that we could potentially revisit and bring back in the future. But again, being native plants, the requirements aren't necessarily there to have those things on there. So this is a breakdown of the two projects that have been combined into one. You can kind of see a little red line there, kind of in the middle. The native plant education garden was actually going to be on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side was going to be an oak tree and bioswale project. Moving forward, we would like to combine the two projects together. And if you look at the budgets that I handed out to you, you'll see that there's actually two different lines up at the top. And that's the separation between the oak bioswale project and the education garden on there. The project calls for a circle here on the right-hand side. That's actually right next to the entrance of the police department and right outside the windows one there. There's a little rectangle there. That is going to represent a bench that is right here in front of Palm Bay City Hall. At the time in 2023, that bench was proposed to be moved as part of this project and included in that project. And that would be a focal point on there with that water feature right there in the middle. Right now, the plan shows for plants on there, but that was before we had the commitment from Florida Custom Aquatics to include a water feature on there. So this is a picture from 2024. Like I said, the city spent $2,500, a little over $2,500 to solarize this space here. And then with the Building E approval, all that solarization had to come up. I have been told that it is still in storage with the city. Where is a little bit of a gray area, but we are hoping to find that and be able to reuse that solarization materials that is already there. So here's a breakdown of where the budget stands. As you can see, the total budget on there is $15,639.50. That is all inclusive, and it does include needing to re-solarize on there, which is why I have that area boxed out. That's the $2,550 that we had previously paid. With that solarization, though, we have contacted Native Butterfly Flowers, who is our partner on this, and they did the designs on there and will be supplying the plants. They are a Palm Bay business. Their main nursery is located inside Palm Bay city limits. And they said that if we do still have that solarization material, they would actually be able to drop that price down $1,200. So we would no longer be looking at $2,550 to re-solarize. We'd be looking at $1,350 on there. The board has also continued to explore ways to lower that price even more. If that solarization material is still available by the city, we could potentially leverage volunteer labor and use that solarization and cut that re-solarization cost down to zero. So right here, I'm closing in on the finish. We have our existing revenue sources. $2,000 has been donated by the Conradiner chapter of the Florida Native Plant Society. We've been given a $2,500 grant from FPL. Volunteer labor has been committed on there, which is going to cut out nearly $4,000 on the overall cost on it. We've been given a $100 donation from a citizen. I've been told that we should be expecting another $250 towards this project, which we are very grateful for. And then we are looking at getting our the 2 new benches that were, as part of the plan, donated as well on there. So we're looking at right now, the Sustainability Advisory Board is bringing 71% of this project to the table, assuming that solarization is still around. We have a funding gap on there of about $4,600. That was previously proposed to come out of the Stormwater Fund from Public Management. I am not here to tell the council or anyone else where those funds come from. That is merely just an explanation as to where the funds were previously committed from in 2023. Remaining challenges, just real quick, we are going to require, even though it is a sustainable water feature, there will be minimal requirements to run a single pump and refill the pond if stormwater does not fill it up enough. That is not expected to be a very burdensome thing on there. Maintenance would be provided from volunteers. And the main thing that we're looking for is that $4,600. So again, if the council is able to approve something along that lines, where the funds may come from, it would be greatly appreciated. However, if you are unable to approve those funds, the Sustainability Board is continuing to look for funding opportunities. We are looking for outside assistance. We are always welcome for more donations. We are looking at more grants and donations from organizations that would close that funding gap as much as we could.
Okay.
So I'd like to open it up for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. I'm going to get council's pulse. I'll start with Councilman Langevin, and then I'll work across the dais. Any comments, Councilman Langevin?
No comments.
Councilman Hammer?
First, I want to say thank you to everybody for getting involved in it. Thank you for the companies out there that are going to donate already. I would like to see if we can come up with some kind of strategic funding, whether we start having farmers markets and see if we can get proceeds from that, or come up with something to raise funding for this, just because I think it's something cool, and if we can come up with something strategically for it, I'm all for it.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer? Mayor Johnson?
No worries, Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the hard work from all the men and women involved in this. This is the most efficient I've seen the Sustainability Board, or almost any board for that matter, since my time on council. My first recommendation would be for us I see it says high probability of not receiving, but we have grant writers all throughout the city. So I don't know if we can give city management direction to apply for this grant on behalf of the city and see if we can get it. And that will be my first option, utilize other funds before we tap into ours. But that will be my first option. If that falls through, then I'll be open to looking into a different source, just like you said, Councilman Hammer. So that's my take.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hook, that was a great presentation and very detailed budget. Appreciate the hard work that you guys are doing. I share the sentiment Councilman Johnson has, that, I think you guys are on the 7 or 8 yard line and almost ready to carry this thing over the goal line. And I think with your hard work, your tenacity, I think you'll be successful in getting the funding. And if not, certainly be open to having the conversation again, now that we're actually building the budget for 2027, your timing's appropriate. So thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. Hook, I'll start with this. First and foremost, the time the whole team dedicated to this is impeccable, right? The passion that you shared, especially regarding Ms. Susan Connolly, that is noteworthy, and you should be commended for that. What I believe is, I like the bench aspect to it, and here's I'll share my concerns, but I love the bench aspect to this. And it's twofold. Number one, you could place Susan Connolly's name on that bench, right? And then as time goes on, you could increase that. And benches, a durable bench, of course, right? Here's my concern. I have seen volunteer organizations passionate about certain things, actually, I believe Councilman Hammer has experience where in Lockmar, there was a garden and they were passionate about it and they had that upkeep. And then for whatever reason, members move away, they get older and it doesn't transfer. So what happens to that garden, right? That's an area of concern. So as you move forward, consider those things and in perpetuity, who could take care of this, right? But I'm in agreement also with my colleagues, perhaps identify those grants, and then you already identified some of that solar it's about finding it, digging it up wherever it is. But again, I commend you for your time and the whole team's effort in this. So you got marching orders, you do have support moving forward. We just want to see how you explore to continue to get that funding with grants and see where else we could plug in.
Yes,
All
sir.
right,
So to speak on the grant for the Florida Wildfire Foundation, they are actually very involved in doing demonstration gardens and stuff like this. So it is a potential source for us, and we are certainly exploring that. That's actually being done through Conradina chapter, not the Sustainability Advisory Board, because unfortunately the board doesn't have any experience writing grants. So if the city would be able to partner with Conradina chapter on that grant, I think that would definitely be a beneficial help towards getting that grant forward, because the Florida Wildfire Foundation is heavily involved in doing things like these.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hook. From what I hear from this council right here, right now, you've got a consensus moving forward. So thank you again.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
So now, Deputy Mayor, we're on public comments, sir.
Our first, excuse me, first one is Woody Woodrum. I believe he left.
Woody, oh, yes, sir, he was sitting over there.
Yeah. Samantha Asaro.
Hello and good evening. My name is Samantha Sarrow. I live at 2188 Croft Inlet Drive, Northwest Palm Bay 32907. Hello, good evening, guys. I'd like to call attention to a growing public safety issue affecting school-aged children in newly built residential communities across our great city of Palm Bay. Major housing developments are being approved and constructed without adequate planning for safe school bus transportation. In multiple neighborhoods, children have no designated school bus stops, sidewalks, or safe crossing available. Students are either forced to walk long distances along high-speed roads or wait in unsafe areas without any traffic controls or visibility protections. A growing number of parents are increasingly concerned that development approvals prioritize housing density and traffic flow while ignoring the daily safety needs of school-aged children. In some cases, families are forced to drive their children to school because walking to bus stops is too dangerous, which increases congestion and places additional strain on families. This appears to be a systematic failure involving developers, local planning authorities, and school bus transportation. There is little accountability, coordination, or cooperation to ensure that children can safely access school transportation before these communities are occupied. This issue affects public safety, child welfare, and responsible growth planning. This matter deserves immediate investigation before a serious injury or tragedy occurs. I have been fighting for my 8-year-old child to have a safe bus stop because he was initially expected to cross St. John's Heritage Parkway without proper precautionary signage in place or pedestrian crossing, and is now having to travel for over an hour and a half to get to school that's only 1.9 miles away so he can be picked up on the proper side of the road. This situation requires significant regard to elementary students that don't have the luxury of parents driving them to school daily, for parents who got to go to work early in the morning before school starts. So thank you for your time, considering the issues that impact our community safety, guys. That's all I got.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes.
Since you haven't used your 3 minutes, have you actually contacted the school board and they haven't assisted?
Yes. Can I answer this? I've contacted everybody, even the general attorney for the state of Florida, Attorney General. I was told that the curb line and the grass is more valuable than my child's safe access to bus stops. I've lived in 3 communities. The 2 that I've lived in, I was renting, and all I had to do was just make communication contact between school bus transportation and the HOA, and the HOA gave permission for the bus to come in, and they did. But because I bought a house in a newly developed community, there isn't, we don't have HOA power yet. So the property management did not give permission to the bus to come in because of the curb line and the appeal of the neighborhood.
So you live in St. John's Heritage Parkway and what, Pace?
Emerson.
Mayor, if I can mention
Yeah,
something real quick.
yes,
So,
sir.
Saro tried to come to the meeting 2 weeks ago, missed public comments. I gave her my contact information through the clerk, and she reached out to me. Since then, the school board has met with the HOA. As of February 9th, that meeting was to be set, and they are working to work out the logistics to incorporate a bus stop inside the HOA housing subdivision. I thought the school board would keep you in the loop. I'll forward this email to you, and as well to our city staff. And I think one thing that we need to do better as a council is somebody from the school board needs to sit on our planning and zoning board. There's a seat available for it, and we don't have a representative from the school board on our P&Z board. And I think that would help when we're seeing these projects come through and getting advisement from both the school board and our P&Z.
So
board
the
as well.
P&Z is an appointee or an at-large appointee?
I believe it's an appointee position, or is it? It's an
Okay.
appointee.
Okay, that's good consideration. So there's some intel there now that you have. They are working towards that, working with the HOA, so
I'm working with
congratulations, man.
school board member John Thomas. on
Oh,
this.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kenneth
Do
Delgado?
do you have her email address?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Pastor Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road Southeast in the great city of Palm Bay. Dr. George Washington Carver, known as the Peanut Man, was praying to God because there was a drought that was ruining the economy of the southeastern states. And through a series of questions to God, he asked God, God, give me the wisdom or the understanding about a peanut. And then he developed 300 different applications of peanuts that saved the economy of the Southeast United States of America. That being said, what I'm saying with this is that there's a wisdom that comes above and beyond our own capacity.
Amen.
And as you have a great group of workers, people who work at the city of Palm Bay, along with you all, the value of prayer becomes imperative as we face different difficulties in addressing the situations within the context of the city of Palm Bay. And so I'd just like to share the reality of what is found in James chapter 1 and verse 2 that speaks of that capacity of God being able to give us understanding beyond our capacity. And I'm going to read it in a life application format. James chapter 1 and verse 2. And it says, my brethren, count it all joy when you come or fall into difficulties, trials, as you're managing the city of Palm Bay. Knowing this, that it will be a trying of your faith towards God that you can exercise with patience. Let patience have its perfect work, and then everything that you need will eventually come to pass. You will lack or want nothing. If you lack wisdom, ask God for some wisdom. And so I'd just like to encourage both the dais as well as everybody on the city of Palm Bay that works here. Don't forget to ask for wisdom from God and favor so that he can maybe open up different venues, different avenues, different ways of handling, addressing things and finding solutions that are outside of the box because God, it's outside of our box. So I just want to encourage you to pray, ask for wisdom, trust God, exercise your faith. There's a solution to everything because God knows everything, and he is more than happy to share with us his wisdom that's beyond our wisdom. God bless you and thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Good evening, council. Robert Stice, 1796 Winbrook Drive, Southeast. I had to get my tires rotated this morning, so I had to go to Discount Tire at about 20 after 7. Come out of Bayside Lake, I go make a right turn on Jupiter. Made it to about 100 yards. Traffic stopped. Made a left turn, came back, went all the way through. It took me 45 minutes. My question to you is, I think we're going from a bedroom community to a gridlock community, and we don't want to do that. So my question is, the new council came in, we talked about infrastructure totally, and that's well needed. I'd like to know, what are you telling your constituents? What have we done so far on infrastructure? What have we started? Where do we go from here? How do you benchmark the progress? Or how do you benchmark the progress on whatever you're doing? You know, I don't know if I can go down a different road right now. The new water facility, I think it was a black water facility to the south of us, it was supposed to be completed in 2024. Then it went to 2025, now we're in 2026. I understand we had issues. We're not getting any information. Your constituents are not getting information. What have we done for infrastructure? I'd like to know. Your constituents like to know. What are the next steps? We have apartments that are going up at Jupiter. I think there was 11 back there. I don't even think it's been occupied right now. You got all of these people on 2 or 3 floors, 11 apartments coming out, dumping on a one-lane road. What are you going to do to make our life better? And I tip my hat. You've done a lot. Thank you. But how do you inform your folks, inform your constituents, inform your fellow citizens where you're at, where you're going, and benchmark that going forward so we know what's going on? If you can look at that, I would appreciate it, and I think your fellow citizens would. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That concludes the cards, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. So now we're on consent. Deputy Mayor?
Bill Batten.
Comment?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I'd like to address something on consent agenda item number 5. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to get the sidewalks put in, just what they said, with the kids trying to get to school. It just makes sense. Instead of having to walk in the shoulders or the flooded ditches, they can walk on a sidewalk. That makes a lot of sense to me. The reason I'm bringing this one up, though, is I would, if possible, because I'm looking at the group where they're going to be going, is that we don't put it on both sides of the road. It would be possible if you could get it on one side of the road, then you could have some of the side streets feeding into that sidewalk that leads down to the school. Because as soon as you come off, the residents that live off of DeGroot, they still have to come, the kids still have to get up over there somehow. So just consider putting it on one side instead of both sides of the road and get a little bit of side access also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Hook.
Me again, I promise this is the last time I'm talking tonight. Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa Drive. I wanted to talk on consent agenda item number 3, the shoreline preservation and mitigation. I think that's a great idea. I'm really glad to see that that is being brought forth as a consent item and that there's not going to be much debate on there. I understand that there is a lot of money being thrown around for that project, but I think at Lagoon House, that is going to be a perfect place for it to happen. And again, it shows as a prime example of how Palm Bay is moving forward in a sustainable way, increasing their environmental commitments, and doing it in a manner to where all the visitors at Lagoon House will be able to continue to see that commitment that Palm Bay is making. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the cards, Mayor.
You know, on item number 3 under consent, gentlemen, I think that it is noteworthy to say, and since we're considering surplus of property, right? I think there's a great opportunity for, I guess, the southern part of that. You have access from US 1. onto, even the riverside. And I think of that commercial corridor, I think of restaurants there, so I want to just have council be aware that if, that's our property. And I'm thinking that could be not only beneficial to the commercial corridor, but for also our project of selling property, that we're looking at some surplus property. And this is actually fortifying that. Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, I got to go to MRC and witness what they're putting down. It's sort of a waffle that you will not be able to access by boat, by anything. You can't build anything around it. It's literally something that goes in forever. And what it does is it's made to stop the waves that are coming in, or not stop them, but slow them down and stop the erosion effect. Where in the bay there, I don't see a lot of erosion in there. I see on Castaway Point side, but I know a lot of people like to frequent going ankle deep in the water there. And these waffle walls, they'll actually have to crawl over them to go and walk around in the water. So just a heads up on that.
Okay. Any additional comments?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So I need a motion.
Make a motion to approve consent.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're now on, Madam Smith, public hearings.
The following item is quasi-judicial nature. Public hearings agenda item number 1. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Each council member must disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. The applicant will be allowed concluding remarks. The hearing will then be closed, and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. As a quasi-judicial item, I'm going to ask Althea Jefferson, our Growth Director, to come up, present, and answer any questions that you have.
Good evening. This particular applicant, the Cates Family Trust,
Miss-
is requesting a
Ms. Althea,
variance.
I hate to interrupt you, but I had a page, and what occurs is there's a slight delay. So Deputy Mayor Jaffe was trying to weigh in, and it pinged while City Manager was trying to speak. So Deputy Mayor?
I just want to disclose about maybe 5 months ago, I received a phone call from the Cates family informing me of their situation. We spoke, gave them advice on a path forward and on what that would look like, and the process that the city has. And I just wanted to disclose that we had that conversation.
Thank you. Carry on, Althea.
Certainly. So this applicant actually has requested 2 variances. One of the variances is actually an administrative approval level, which is the distance between the proposed enclosed carport and the house is a 5-foot distance separation requirement. And they're seeking a 4-foot separation, which is within an administrative approval. Staff has approved that. Just wanted to make you aware that that's part of this. In addition, what you're hearing tonight is the request for the side yard setback. What happened with this particular case, when they originally came to the city for a building permit, the permit was for the slab, the concrete slab. The setback requirement for a slab as opposed to an actual covered or screened-in structure, an accessory structure, is different. So the slab was approved in the system by staff, and it was indicated on that application that the slab would not have an enclosed structure on it. However, they came back later and made the request for the enclosed carport, which brings us here today for this essentially almost 30% relief from the code requirements for the side yard setback. We require 12 feet, and they're looking for 8.8 feet. So staff has determined that the applicant has not shown any hardship as it relates to this being a special circumstance on this particular site for a property similar to this in a same zoning district. I can give you more details and what we've determined in regards to that. I do want you to note that financial disadvantages or inconvenience to the applicant does not constitute conclusive evidence of unnecessary and undue hardship, and nor should it be the grounds to justify granting of a variance. I also want to note that the literal interpretation and enforcement of our code regulations in this case would not deprive the applicant rights of commonly enjoyed properties in the same zoning district, as I mentioned before. I already talked about the circumstances surrounding their building permit, and also wanted to mention that in part, the establishment of setbacks in the code is for safety purposes. So that almost 30% variance relief that they're requesting, staff does not conclude that that is a hardship. We are recommending a denial of that request. However, the Planning and Zoning Board met earlier this month and made a recommendation that the City Council approve the request, and that was a unanimous vote of 6-0. I also want to add, as I close out, that we received information from a neighbor who did not wish to put their name on the record. They have concerns that the oversized enclosed structure is in support of a hunting business, and that while the applicant is saying they will be storing their boat, they provided website information indicating that there's a business at this address. We don't have on record a BTR for this business or this address, but I did want to make sure that the clerk had this for the record.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments, ma'am? Okay. Any questions of staff, council, I don't see any. Is the applicant present to like to present their case? And Ms. Althea, don't go far. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Delmonico. I'm a planning consultant on behalf of the applicants who are the property owners. I'm joined tonight by Matt and Nicole Cates, sitting by me in the front row there. I'm going to go over a little bit of the history, and I'll answer maybe some of the questions that you might have along with this. So the Cates purchased their property. This is a photograph from 2022 from Google. So they purchased their property in 2014 as the homestead residence for their family. They own a trailer boat that has historically been stored on the north side of the house, where you can see that red arrow is. So to the right is the north, to the left is the south. That boat was always stored behind the front building line and behind that fence in accordance with the City of Palm Bay Code. So they've started a journey over a year ago with the goal of protecting their trailered boat within an enclosed accessory structure or a detached garage, whatever way you want to call it, along with storage on the north side of the house, right where that arrow is indicating. So they desire to store the boat indoors and protect their investment in a way that they think is more attractive than it was when the boat was being stored outside, and to have an accessory structure that looks good in the neighborhood, painted to match their house. The Cates family is deeply committed to the long-term investment in and occupancy of their property to ensure that it meets their evolving needs over time. They want to grow in this place, and they need more space for their boat and for storage. So the proposed accessory structure that we're talking about today really is a critical component of their long-term goals for this property. So here it was before. So here it is today. Over a year ago, the Cates started working with the contractor who said he would provide them several things. So it was the new concrete driveway, which you can see on the left-hand side, including a brand-new driveway apron, a foundation, and an accessory structure. So this detached garage was from another contractor that would be installed on top of the foundation and footers. So you can see here, I just kind of made it red. If you have pictures in front of you, you can see that there's the lip there that shows that foundation and the footers. So the Cates trusted and expected the contractor to legally perform this work. So after all of this concrete work was done, the Cates discovered that the promises the contractor had made did not meet city code. Now, we're not necessarily talking about the concrete, we're talking about the building that would go on top of the footers and the foundation at this location. So the footers and the concrete foundation do not meet the 12-foot side yard setback required in the RE zoning district. Now remember, the RE zoning district is one for like a little bit bigger lots, so it has a larger side yard setback than most all other residential zoning districts in the city, which are less than 12. So if we're talking life safety issues here, this meets Florida Building Code. There is no life safety concern to have an 8.8-foot setback versus a 12-foot setback. There's no requirements that they're violating from Florida Building Code. This experience has been emotionally and financially damaging, and we are doing our best to work through the proper channels to seek a positive outcome for the Cates. In the meantime, since this has happened, they've been storing their boat off premise, and their lives have really been interrupted. I began working with them almost 8 months ago to help them address this nonconformity with the code. So one of the first steps we took was to hire a surveyor to complete the as-built survey. So you can see here where it's indicated, again, the north is up. That concrete foundation with the footers is 8.8 feet from that side property line rather than 12 feet. It does not interfere with that public utility and drainage easement. We're not seeking to vacate that at all. And so it was determined that, again, the 2 variances were needed, and we're very grateful to staff for telling us that they were able to administratively approve the structure separation. All other aspects of the proposed accessory structure meet code requirements except that setback. We know nothing about the anonymous neighbor complaint and that this storage and accessory garages for a business. This structure, other than the setback, would be allowed on any other property in the city under these circumstances. So again, our variance request is to reduce the side yard accessory structure setback from 12 to 8.8 feet. That's what we're considering today. And then staff said they could administratively approve the 5-foot requirement for separation down to 4 feet. You know, if you can have an accessory structure 4 or 5 feet from a property, surely 8.8 feet from a property line doesn't put any other buildings at risk. No easements will be impacted, and variants are only being sought for this particular location on the property, not for it to be larger than it is. So here's the thing, when you're talking about granting variances, this is up to the varying degrees of interpretation for whatever board, and in this case, council, decides. It is not staff's interpretation that makes these decisions on whether something gets to be granted a variance. In this case, it's city council's interpretation of those criteria. So the state of Florida sets forth some things in Florida statutes for local governments to consider, and each local government has a little bit slightly different criteria for granting variances. Different jurisdictions are more lax than others. So, you know, if you go to Brevard County, they have a board of adjustment. they're actually very good about granting variances that make sense. Other locations in our county, the staff will tell you they don't even want to take a variance application. So it's all varying degrees of how the board, how this council wants to interpret this criteria. So we're very grateful for the Planning and Zoning Board's unanimous recommendation of approval for this request. I don't want to read this to you, but just for the record, there are several variance criteria. And just quickly to go through them, number one is the special conditions and circumstances. So the house was constructed prior to them owning this property, and it was placed in a manner where the garage and the driveway are closer to the north property line. So the thought is, oh, well, let's just move this to the south side of the building. Well, the south side of the building has vegetation. It's closer to the property line. The driveway is not there. They'd have to extend another driveway to get there. The most logical place to put this is where the boat was already stored before, which is on the north side of this property. Again, the survey indicates the house was constructed further from the north property line, giving the most space to construct this accessory structure. The next criteria is generally related to the special conditions and circumstances are not the results of the applicant. The applicant did not construct the home and wasn't able to control where the house was placed on the lot, or that there's more space on the north side of the lot than the south side. The third is the literal interpretation criteria. Literal interpretation of the side yard setback would deprive the applicant of the ability to erect the selected accessory structure in which to store their family boat and provide storage, as they hired the contractor to do. The fourth is this the minimum variance necessary? Yes, it is. As indicated on that as-built survey that I showed you with the red circles, the concrete pad that is the foundation and the footers, that is the minimum we are asking for. We don't need any more than that. The next one is about special privilege. Allowing for a reduction in the accessory structure side yard setback will not grant any special privilege and will allow for the installation of a prefabricated accessory structure on the site. And then I think this last one's important too. Is it in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the code? And will it be injurious to the surrounding properties or detrimental to public welfare? Allowing this reduction of a setback on this existing concrete pad and footers is in harmony with the neighborhood and does not cause any detrimental impacts to the public welfare, health, or safety. No easements will be impacted through the actions of this request. And to kind of get into the neighbor thing a little bit more, the Cates property is the property outlined in red, and the location of that concrete pad where they want to put the accessory structure is the colored in red box in the red box. Their neighbors that are most greatly impacted by this variance request are to the north in the yellow box and also to the east in that other yellow box. Both of those property owners have signed letters of no objections and support this variance request. And what I want to show you here is, this is a picture kind of on the north side of the Cates home, and you can kind of see where that footer is. The neighbor on the right there that is the most impacted by this has no objection and supports this as well. And here is just another view of the property. So we are happy to answer any questions and ask council to consider whether they can make a positive interpretation of the variance criteria so the Cates can finish the proper permitting and construction of this accessory structure.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. DeMonico. I just want to make a statement going back to staff's presentation regarding the anonymous letter. I don't think that falls under the competent substantial evidence. I don't think it's relevant. It's merely speculative. I don't think that should be considered in any decision making tonight. Furthermore, I would support this measure tonight for the simple fact that residential 1, residential 2 allows 8-foot setbacks. SRE is the only one that allows the larger setback, so that doesn't make sense to me. The other thing is, I'm pretty sure, and the building official can correct me, but the Florida Building Code, I think a minimum separation requirement is 3 feet. Palm Bay ordinance, it is 5? Okay. But regardless, I still support both variances tonight, so thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, ma'am, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
Number one, or Bill Batten. Yep. You're number one.
It's Master Chief, sir, Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I've been coming to these meetings a long, long time, and I watch people that going into the utility easements, requesting to go into the utility easements, saying, I want a variance so I can put my screen porch up. And it gets approved, it gets approved, it gets approved. Hardly ever do I see anything get shot down. Well, here's a case of an individual that has even more land than the regular RS2 piece of property. On an RS2 piece of property, it'd be 8 feet, which is a smaller lot to begin with, and you're going to grant it to them and then grant where they have to go into their utility easements. The other reason why I'm in favor of this is the fact that the neighbors that surround it are supporting, have no problem with them doing that. And the final reason is because the contractor that they hired, you would have thought was making the preparations to solve those dilemmas, would have had that ahead of time. So I'm sorry for them, for they probably had to pay that contractor. So I'm in favor of them approval of this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
Any addition, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Councilman Langevin?
Yeah, I would just like to commend them for going through this incredible process to do this legally and right. And it sounds like you did a great job putting it all together. And quite frankly, even if you did decide you wanted to take some people hunting in your boat, I just think that's kind of base. So, yeah, I fully support this.
Councilman Hammer?
I'm going to agree. Everything was presented amazingly. Thank you for doing it the right way. And I'm in complete support, and I know how expensive boats are. And to get it in out of the sun, you're going to have my support.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I really appreciated the PowerPoint slide. Really outlined, it was excellently done, so thank you. I've got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on item number 2. Madam Smith.
Oops, sorry. Ordinance 2026-04, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 172, Development Review Procedures, Subchapter, Part 4, Zoning Map Amendment to PUD, by modifying the requirement of a development agreement for preliminary and final development planned applications, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Staff, or City Council.
As you were, I'm going to open up the public hearing and carry on, Mr. Morton.
Thank you very much. This is a proactive move. I'm going to ask Jason DiLorenzo to come up and present, but essentially it's, in the vein of us trying to be efficient both with staff time and resources, adding clarity to the public process, and also adding clarity to, like we did tonight with citizens, anyone who's coming forward to build or do a project. So Mr. DiLorenzo, if you could present kind of why we're bringing this tonight and how the benefits of this are, that'd be great.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo, Deputy City Manager. This is, as Mr. Morton said, a proactive approach by growth management. Currently, a development agreement is required at both the preliminary development plan and final development plan. I'm sure over the years you've seen when the preliminary development plan comes to you, a lot of times not all the information is available at that point, but yet we're going through this process of developing, having the developer's agreement completed at that time. what happens is, when they go to a final development plan, a lot of those things in the development agreement have to change, because now the project is further flushed out, right? There's more information to provide in the final development plan for you to review and review. So this would remove the development agreement at the PDP and only have it at the FDP when most of the information is available, and to make it a little bit more efficient for not just the applicant and development community, but for us as well, because we have to do all of that legwork, develop the DA, review the DA, the attorney's office is involved, growth management is involved, often Public Works is involved because of transportation issues. And so this will eliminate that step and leave it at the FDP when more information is available.
Any questions, council?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you think this is like a best solution for like one size fits all for any type of project, whether it be commercial, a PUD subdivision, multifamily apartment?
At the PDP, we really don't have all the information every time. So, of course, occasionally things could come up, but I think it'll be best to know it, to be able to have the most information for you when the development agreement comes up. So primarily, yes.
Okay.
Councilman Hammer?
My question is, wouldn't the development agreement be like the basis of even having our conversation in the first place? Because if they're not going to come into a situation without some kind of promise for infrastructure, I don't think we should even waste our time with it. So I understand what you're saying, but if somebody's going to come in and we're going to put all this time into it, and then at the end they're like, yeah, we're not going to help with the utilities, we're not going to help with the road, we're not going to help with anything, we just wasted a lot of manpower for no reason.
You're absolutely right. So here's the situation. Right now, all of the preliminary development plans that you're seeing, even the ones that are coming online in the next couple of months, they applied for their preliminary development plan and final development plan at the same time under the old code. The newer code that we adopted, the intent was for those processes to be separate and apart. However, leaving the development agreement at the preliminary development stage of the process is inefficient on all sides. Right now, what you've been seeing are both coming at one time. That's not going to be the standard moving forward. And so it's just not enough detail at the preliminary development plan stage for us to have worked out everything that we need to know. You're absolutely right. Why are they moving forward when all this work is being put in and we don't have everything figured out? That's why we've separated the two in the new code, but it was maybe just a detail that we missed as we adopted the new code, where both were required at that stage, and that was because they used to always come together. That's no longer an option. But the ones that you're seeing, those applied under the old code. If they made an application before September, I think it was 24th of 2024, they got to stay under that old code for the application they submitted. So we're still seeing them come together, okay? So under the new code, when you get new applications, they'll be coming separately. So we're just trying to fix this ahead of when we might receive additional applications for preliminary development plan, PUD. Any applications that are coming forward will have to have all of the details worked out. That process actually does start at preliminary development plan stage. The conversations, the meetings with the city attorney, meetings with staff in our DRC, looking at the concurrency requirements, but they're all figured out in more detail with more quality analysis as we know more details about the actual development program. When you do the preliminary development plan, everything's bubbles. It's conceptual, thank you. So this is a fix that we intended under the new code, and we're seeing that, oh, this is going to be a problem. It's hard probably for you to see where we're going with this. We are attempting to improve the process, but right now, everything you're seeing that's come under application under the old code, they're bringing them both together. So it seems like we're going to be missing a step. We're not. We will not be missing a step. And as I put on the legislative cover memo, you still get to see everything, every step of the way. And actually, over the last 6 months, we've started having meetings with all of the staff to get ahead of this process and talking about, personnel, capital facilities, operations and maintenance costs that these projects can have an impact on. And we're getting ahead of it. Those meetings are helping. And we believe we can do a better job under the new code where they come separately. We start the discussions at PDP, and we have it all figured out by the time they come back for their final development plan approval. It is, I know it's confusing because they both are coming together now, but we're not skipping any steps. You will see everything. We're just making a refinement in the process.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, and I mean, and.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't done.
I'm sorry, carry on.
Sorry.
So I think we can drive down our roads right now and know that the old way didn't work. So I'm not going to be in support of it tonight. And that's not because I don't have the faith in the people we have right now. I just know that the people we have right now aren't going to be here forever. So I have complete faith in the people we have here now. And if you guys could live here forever and you could promise it, I would approve it right now. But I think we need to have a PDP going into every single situation right in the beginning. And even if it was something to where we come up with that agreement at some time and the rest is administrative, I get that. But I really, really, really think these development agreements need to be frontline. I really do. I think they need to be one of the most things that we talk about, because we're always talking about these developers coming in and not giving to the city, not putting in for roads, not putting in for everything. And I truly think that needs to be at the front line of discussion with every single developer we have moving forward. So.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
So, I mean, obviously, we're not getting rid of the PDP itself. We're just asking when council will review and approve the development agreement. The issue, in my opinion, of asking for the development agreement too early on a bubble plan is a lot of things can change depending on St. John's Water Management District, comments back from staff on what's allowed density-wise, setback-wise. And I think it's too early in the process to ask for a development agreement and a PDP. And at the end of the day, we're not getting rid of the PDP or the development agreement. We're just making it a more efficient process. And this is, in my opinion, this is when the public gets mad at the process, because they see the developers agreement change so much over 6 or 7 months. And it just gets refined at the right proper moment if we switch to this system. So I'll be in support of it tonight.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation? Thank you. Don't go far. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward, Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I have 4 items to address on this. The first one isn't, say again?
No, I was just 4 items. I wanted to be ready, sir.
Item number 1, our comprehensive plan, right, designates some land use. That's what it's for. Then we have developers come in and they say, well, I don't like that, so they're gonna change that land designation from our comp plan and change it whatever it's going to be, right? But then if that project ever fails, guess what? The land doesn't go back to what it was. It has now been pre-designated. Now, part of that would be possibly covered if they had some of the preliminary agreements in the works ahead of time. So that's item number one. Item number two, it's nice to have a little bit of double oversight. It causes good growth. If you see it twice, you have a better chance of not making a mistake instead of seeing it once and you made a mistake. I know it's more work for staff. I understand that, and I'm not trying to make it easier on them. But if you see something twice, you have a better chance of correcting something that would be wrong instead of on the final development saying, okay, well, we approved it. We saw it once and we approved it. We're stuck with it. Because we've seen that happen before. It's hard to say no once you've already said yes in a development. And item number 4, planning and zoning recommended denial on this for some of the same reasons I've already addressed. I also understand, I'm sorry for staff if it makes a lot more work for them, but 2 times reviewing something, in my opinion, is not bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak regarding this item?
Jaredon, I'm a minor. So I would personally be for this item because I feel like the city in general has suffered with consistently weighing down businesses and making it harder for them to implement their businesses in our city. I feel like that's part of the reason West Melbourne has so much commercial property and so many different businesses. And if you want to work or really shop anywhere, you have to go to West Melbourne and you gotta go to Hammock Landings or Melbourne Mall and so on and so forth. So I do think making it easier on the developer would also be helpful, and saving the city's time could make them more efficient and prioritize properties and then see those problems like he was talking about. Because if they're still submitting their preliminary paperwork and they're just not signing that, I forget exactly what it's called, the agreement, as she put it, we still see that information. We're still seeing the information. We're just not getting it all at once like they had it before. We're just getting it in 2 steps. And that first step, they're still seeing that information. It's not like they're not seeing anymore. They're just not going through the steps of getting the agreement and everything else in place. So I think making it easier on the businesses to implement themselves in Palm Bay would always be a great idea, because seeing more commercial property would really be nice in Palm Bay.
And you're a Palm Bay resident?
Yes.
And you're a minor?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward.
Phil Weinberg, 466 Scanlon Road. As most of you probably know, I'm a real estate appraiser by profession. Now, as Althea mentioned, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, that it doesn't really make sense to have a development agreement with a preliminary development plan, because by the time a final development plan is submitted, there have been changes. So what the heck are you approving? You have to look it over again. So it's really is more efficient to go ahead and make this change and the development plan after the the development agreement after the final development plan, where you know exactly what they're going to build.
Copy that. Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, Althea, I'd like for you to step up and address some of the concerns from our residents.
Yes, sir. So what I'll say with regard to developers coming in and they request, oh, let's change the land use, let's change the zoning, that's how it all starts. Well, in the city, we have a history of having annexed properties And at the time, we didn't do three things. We didn't make the property owner enter into an annexation agreement, which is common. We did not assign the land use and the zoning at the time of the annexation. That's important, and that's what we will be doing as we annex new properties. That's going to help us decide then and there what those land uses will be. And that's the preliminary agreements that Mr. Batten was talking about. Any annexation agreements will help alleviate a lot of this. One of the things that Mr. Morton and Mr. De Lorenzo have done with regard to helping us improve this process is we've started not only just meeting as a team, all the departments who look at these applications, they've also started doing what we call a term sheet, which is part of that preliminary discussion and negotiation before the final DA is developed. And we're getting it better and better each time. And we're entering rooms where we have people offering to give us the land for the fire station, to buy the trucks, to cover the costs, to give us parks. Those discussions are happening, I promise you. This will not short circuit or it will be the best thing for this community. It breaks my heart, really, that we have a temporary Station 9 in an area of the city that is really the size of a small community, a small town. That's not going to happen here anymore. I know we can't promise to be here for 50 years, but we're putting the foundation, we're putting the pieces in place to make sure moving forward, when we all win the lottery next weekend, the systems will be in place to make sure whoever you hire knows how to do it right.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you. Mr. Morton, any concluding remarks?
Again, just perspective, not trying to sway opinion. For me, it's tactics and strategy. And, you know, just to counter to Mr. Batten's point, you know, when we negotiate too early, which we've done a lot of times, and you put something down in that document, it is incredibly hard to pull it back. And so, you know, it isn't a perfect process. We're making progress, but for me, it's playing chess and making sure that we put ourselves always in the best position to negotiate and get our needs. Now, I think this is an outcome for that. That's why I brought it forward. Maybe imperfect, and I respect those comments. So I just wanted to kind of leave, you know, my thinking so you understand why I, you know, commented on it tonight and asked staff to come up and present. But we will obviously proceed and be successful, I believe, regardless of how council, you know, ultimately weighs in.
Thank you. So, Councilman Hammer, please use the button.
He did.
I did.
Oh, well, I haven't gotten it.
With that being said, does a PDP in the beginning obligate us for something that would take out negotiations in between the first and the second? So say we agree to something in the beginning, but while they're going through the steps, they find something that we can take away and gain. Would having it in the beginning take away that factor? So say we have an obligation that's fit in the first PDP, but things are happening. Are we able to take that out of the first PDP, or does that PDP hold us to what we said we're going to do in the first one?
I might not be understanding the question, but I think the PDP is more of a,
Does the first PDP obligate us?
well, it's more of a compliance piece towards reflection of the developer's intent in the zoning code. The DA is where we not only can enforce terms of the code, but also ask for concomitant factors such as additional ameliorations, equipment, staffings. I'm not sure, maybe if you look like you're going to answer, if you're understanding the question better, Ms. Jefferson?
I think when we're talking about the preliminary development plan, we are already negotiating, we're already talking, we're already trying to figure out what it is that we actually need and what is reasonable, what is a reasonable request. Those conversations are happening. We may, if there's something, if you're saying if there's something missed, like, oh, we needed a larger site for this fire station, or gosh, now the chief has said things are changing in the industry and we need a different piece of equipment, but we asked for something else. Yes, if those negotiations are in the preliminary stages, by the time we get to the end, we're more confident, actually, that we've got it all worked out.
So taking away the first one gives us more room to negotiate. Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
We'll be negotiating longer.
Okay. That's all I need.
Yes, we actually see these development agreements 10, 12 iterations, and we're negotiating back and forth. Believe me, it's happening in the background.
So if I'm tracking correctly, ma'am, does that conclude your question? If I'm tracking correctly, the PDP is all just conceptual, and it continues to change, so we're going to put it all in one, and we're going to continue to negotiate as we go on for the conclusion of it.
Yes.
It's kind of like streamlining, for
Yes.
lack of a better term. Am I tracking correctly? Okay.
You are.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, did you buzz in? Oh, Madam Attorney?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, because the preliminary development plan isn't so much what the city's doing. The preliminary development plan, you see, is the developer laying out their site, what their uses are, intensities, and all that. The final, which is going to come back, and you expect the preliminary development, the final development plan to be in substantial form as the preliminary development plan. The development agreement also is twice. So you're seeing the development plan twice, preliminary and final, and you're going to see the development agreement twice because it has to be 2 readings. So no reading is taken away. It's just how are we ordering the 2 readings for the development agreement? Because the development agreement still is going to come before you twice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and I'm going to say I'm all in streamlining, right, and equipping our city for the future. So I'm in support of this. I'll be seconding the motion.
So moved.
I'll second. I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are now on item number 3. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm going to ask Ms. Denise Carter, who is absolutely our expert on all things CDBG and SHIP, to come up and present.
Hey, Ms. Carter.
Good evening. This is a request for approval of a substantial amendment to the program year 2025-2026 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. In accordance with federal regulations and the city's citizen participation plan, the proposed change constitutes a substantial amendment to the city's action plan and requires public notification, city council, and HUD approval. The Housing and Community Development Division published a request for proposals, accepting proposals from nonprofit agencies and city departments from November 3rd of 2025 through November 14th. The Housing Division staff reviewed all of the applications. Aside from eligible administrative expenses for program administration, the substantial amendment proposes to fund 4 public services agencies and 4 public park improvement projects. The Community Development Advisory Board unanimously approved the proposed substantial amendment at their January 21st regular meeting. The amendment was advertised in Florida Today on January the 20th, providing for a 30-day public comment period ending this evening at council meeting, and to date, no comments have been received. In terms of nonprofit agencies recommended for funding, including Aging Matters, Catholic Charities, Greater Melbourne Police Athletic League, and Matthews Hope, I would like to update the city on some new federal requirements that the federal government is implementing. In our grant agreement that we signed with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, The city will be implementing the systematic alien verification for entitlements called SAVE program.
Say that again, ma'am?
SAVE,
Save.
SAVE.
Thank you.
It stands for Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements. It is an intergovernmental service administered by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, a component of the Department of Homeland Security. It is an online, near real-time tool that allows federal, state, and local government agencies to verify the immigration or citizenship status of individuals applying for public benefits. As soon as we can get the program together, because HUD hasn't provided any guidance, they just wanted us to do it, but they gave no guidance. So we're trying to find out all of the requirements that we have to put together, and we're going to be moving forward with that. So I wanted to just let you all know that. We will only be reimbursing because we don't pay anybody. They use their monies first, and then they ask us for reimbursement, ask the city for reimbursement. So we will only be reimbursing the agencies for the people that clear the system. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. Staff recommends approval of the substantial amendment to program year 2025-2026 CDBG action plan and submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions of staff, council? Seeing none? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? No one? Okay. I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any further discussion? Well, first I've got Councilman Langevin wanting to weigh in.
Yes, Mayor. So I think you all know what I'm going to say. Since the last time we went over these CBDG funds, and I hadn't had a lot of research in front of me, but I knew that there were significant issues with Catholic Charities in regards to the immigration and the open border situation that we dealt with for 4 years. Since then, I've talked to multiple people, including investigative journalists who went and spent time in the Darien Gap, went to the southern border, spent their entire time during those 4 years investigating this. Excuse me. And all the evidence that I got back was that Catholic Charities was the #1 NGO in the United States once these people got to the southern border, moving these people across the United States. Even some of the investigative journalists dealing with the Somali fraud in Maine said that the Catholic Charities was instrumental in bringing these people in, helping them get set up, et cetera. I understand that they're telling us that they're doing homeless stuff, and they probably are. But the fact that we're giving them money, that whether it goes directly to the homeless stuff or not, that alleviates resources in other areas, that they can do other things. They can pay their staff, their administration, or conduct other charitable deeds that they see fit. So in my opinion, Catholic Charities is one of the largest NGOs, is affiliated with the largest church in the world. If they want to do a righteous mission, let them raise money and do the righteous mission. The money that we are being trusted with by the taxpayers should be 100% above reproach. There shouldn't be any questions that the organization that we're giving that money to has anything going on. And it's my understanding, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, that we can also use some of this money on certain capital projects. So we're in the middle of a DOGE right now. That's going to affect areas of the city that some of these capital projects can be used on. And so how do we justify being in a DOGE, not lowering people's taxes, but then saying, and taking services away or neglecting services, maybe in the Parks and Recreation Department or something like that, but then saying, well, we're going to give money to a nonprofit that could raise money on its own. So I have substantial concerns with that. And if Catholic Charities is going to stay on, I'm going to be a no. I'm asking that we move the funding from Catholic Charities to a capital project, but short of that, moving it to a different NGO that we know is beyond reproach.
Thank you. So, Ms. Carter, in the project description of Catholic Charity, the agency is seeking funding for homeless prevention programs to assist low-income households at risk of homelessness because of financial inability to pay rent or utility costs. The agency would provide case management. CDBG funds will be used to provide one-time rent and/or utility assistance and case management, which includes creating a budget and referrals to other services or training. This is a stopgap, is what I'm seeing here, right? This is based on what their project description is. Who's holding them to the fire that this will be
We
used in that?
we monitored Catholic Charities
Okay.
every year, and they had one of the best performances that we had during our monitoring. They keep very good records. And I can tell you, there's a need. In fact, I was just dealing with a gentleman today who, he's disabled and his wife is disabled, and they have some problems with their current apartment that they're in. So I called Catholic Charities. They're waiting on our contract.
Okay, thank you.
And she said she had no problems spending the money because there's a lot of people that are hurting from losing their jobs, and they need some help.
Thank you, ma'am. Right now, I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Councilman Johnson or Councilman Hammer, you made the motion. Any comments, sir?
Yes, I'm going to be in support of this tonight, but I wanted to thank staff for bringing Aging Matters in. That's something that I keep very, very close to my heart. And as well as Matthew's Hope, you do amazing work for our city. You truly do. You both do. In the future, I would like to see more go to split it up in thirds, because I think we have two assets that are extremely being underutilized. So, but I will be in support of that tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson, anything you want to add?
The last thing, just all of these dollars have to be utilized for Palm Bay citizens, correct?
Correct.
That's
Only
it.
in Palm Bay.
That's it.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1.
3-2.
Or 3-2. I didn't hear your nay. All right. So voting in favor is Hammer, Johnson, Medina. Voting nay is Langevin and Jaffe. Okay, before we go to item 4, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. this meeting back to order. We are now on item number 4. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton.
And I'm going to defer to Ms. Carter. Thank you.
Ms. Carter.
Okay. This is a request for approval of substantial amendments to program years 2024, 2025, and 2025 and 2026 Community Development Block Grant Action Plans in accordance with federal regulations and the city's Citizen Participation Plan. The proposed new project or activity requires a substantial amendment to the city's action plan. The Community Development Advisory Board unanimously approved the substantial amendment at their January 21st meeting. To implement this request, it is necessary to reallocate leftover funds from completed or closed projects, cancel one project, and allocate funds to this new multi-use court improvement. The park improvements include removing the existing court foundation and reestablishing the area as a multi-use hard court facility designed to support a variety of recreational activities such as open play, informal sports, hard court sports, pickleball, and future adaptable programming. This project does include a permanent specialized hockey amenity, and it's at Liberty Park. This amendment was advertised in Florida Today on January the 20th, providing for a 30-day public comment period ending on this evening at the council meeting. Staff recommends approval of the substantial amendment to program years 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026 CDBG action plans and submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for this project.
Thank you. I believe Deputy Mayor's got a question.
Ms. Carter, the Phase 1 environmental and the Phase 2 that's now in place, what budgets were used for those expenses?
Our community development block grant funds
Okay.
were used.
So pulling the $200,000 from this won't take away to pay the bill on the Phase 2 environmental? Is that money's already allocated?
That's actually being done free
Oh, it's
by
free.
the EPA.
Okay,
So Phase 2 is being paid for
excellent.
by a grant from the EPA.
All right, wonderful, thank you.
Councilman Hammer?
My question was exactly the same. After reading this, I was extremely concerned on the conditions at Victoria Park, so that was my question. Thank you for asking it, sir.
Any other questions of Ms. Carter? Seeing none, council. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
None.
Sir?
No, Mayor.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We are now on procurements, item number 1. Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This miscellaneous piggyback purchase for cured in-place pipe installation is part of a replacement program for Phase 1. I was going to ask our Public Works Director, Kevin Brinkley, to come up and explain to you what this is and answer any questions you have. And of course, we have our Interim Acting Procurement Director, Nick Kanjar, here as well, if you've got any procurement questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Morton. Kevin Brinkley, Public Works Director.
Hey, Mr. Brinkley.
How are you?
That's a great-looking tie, sir.
Thank you. I wore it for, it's a
Valentine's
My
Day?
Little Pony themed birthday celebration for our Christine Sullivan
For
today's.
who was it?
Christine Sullivan, our
Oh.
Assistant Director. It's her
Well,
birthday. I don't know if you noticed the balloon over there, but happy birthday.
I'm glad I asked.
Yeah, thank you.
Way to go, Miss Sullivan.
Yeah. All right.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, what you have before you is something that's kind of new. It's a new process that we're doing here in the city, and we wanted to be able to explain our thought process and why you have this in front of you. This is 85 locations where we have pipes that have failed in the city. So every 5 years, we inspect on a rotational basis stormwater pipes that run underneath our roads, underneath of our sidewalks, outfall pipes that run from neighborhoods into canals, things like that. Once they're graded, once they reach a score over 5, it's a 1 to 10 scale. Once they reach a score over 5, they're considered failed. It's time for us to consider replacing them. Traditionally, what's been done is we have pulled up the pipe out of the ground and replaced it with a brand-new pipe. So if it's under a roadway, what are we doing? We're tearing up the road, putting the pipe down. Under a sidewalk, same thing. Through someone's side yard, same thing. CIPP is cured-in-place pipe. It's a different process. We don't have to pull the pipe out of the ground. What we do is we have a vendor, a third party, will shoot a bladder through the pipe and then force hot water into it, which cures that bladder inside of the current existing pipe, but essentially creating a brand-new pipe that cures in place using that hot water, and then creates a new life with a lifespan equal to the corrugated pipe that was there originally. So it's fairly new technology. It's a new process here in the city, and it's awarding us significant cost savings by doing this. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to.
Yes, I don't see any questions, but thanks for that explanation. And it reminds me on doing a better job of sharing the infrastructure improvements as we are moving forward, how we communicate that to our residents. We had a constituent earlier today mention, hey, you guys aren't sharing the story of our infrastructure. And so I think we should take a piece of advice and start doing a better job of sharing the story of investing in our infrastructure. So thank you. I don't have any other questions. Deputy Mayor, do you have comment cards?
No cards, Mayor.
All right. I don't see any questions from council, so I'm going to ask for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman
Second.
Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're now on unfinished and old business. Are the applicants in the audience? Would you know, Deputy Mayor? No? All right, Deputy Mayor, any comment cards?
No cards, Mayor.
Okay, so I need a motion for Benjamin Kiskell and James Brock to the Palm Bay Police and Firefighters Retirement Pension Plan Board of Trustees representing city resident positions.
Make a motion to reappoint Benjamin Keeshiel and James Brock to the Palm Bay Firefighters Retirement Pension Plan Board of Trustees.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. I do have Councilman Langevin weighing in.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I mean, has anybody spoken to them, or can anybody speak on their behalf?
They are being reappointed, so they did serve.
Okay, so they're on the board. I know, I haven't met them personally, and I don't like voting for people that I haven't met just out of that principle, but I understand.
I know Benjamin Kiskell was a firefighter for years in this city. Gave an enormous amount of sacrifice to our city, so I know Ben. Right now, I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on new business, item number 1, Mr. Morton.
Thank you again. Honorable Mayor, City Council, I think it would be appropriate call up Deputy Chief Spears tonight. He may have other announcements as well. You never know, but if he'd present this and discuss the item, that'd be fantastic.
Welcome, Deputy Chief Spears.
Good morning. Or good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. I apologize.
I'm hoping not to stay here
I
till
know.
morning.
I'm hoping to. I know a lot of people are probably waiting on me.
Sir, it has happened before.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen
We
here.
have said good morning.
Yeah.
Here before.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So the item before you has come to you a couple months ago. During that time, it was approved by you all for this grant to be used for the salaries, for the overtime. It's reimbursable. However, after it was approved, they came back and said that we can purchase equipment with this grant, which is how it's been in years past. So this first year, or when this first came out earlier, it was a little unique because we hadn't seen that before. So they came back, amended the grant application that could be used for salaries and equipment. And so we're coming back before you tonight to ask for your approval that this grant be used for salaries and equipment. The equipment that is purchased is going to be traffic equipment such as radars and lasers, et cetera. And then obviously the salaries for the overtime that the officers are working the details.
Thank you. Thanks for that explanation,
Yes, sir.
Deputy Chief. Any questions of the Deputy Chief, gentlemen? Seeing none, thank you. Speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Signify by saying nay. Passes unanimously. We're now on council reports, and I'll start with Councilman Langevin.
Got nothing. Everyone have a great night.
Councilman Hammer.
Yes, I was going to see how council felt about it. I don't know if I need to get a consensus or not, but Dr. Wilson from the MRC would like to place bacteria monitors in with help from some colleges around the state to put bacteria monitors in Turkey Creek. I was seeing, I don't know if we need consensus, but it was something that was discussed. So how you guys felt about that, because I think it's a good step in the right direction. Having MRC there at our service is amazing, and if they're going to provide a service to us, I would like to utilize it.
So right now, I'm not sure a consensus is needed, but if so, I'm a thumbs up on that. As you know, we experienced devastation, a tragic devastation in our Turkey Creek area, so it'd be good to see how that has progressed as well. So yes, sir, I'm a thumbs up. I don't see any others. Councilman Langevin, you want to weigh in?
No, I'm good.
Thumbs up? Okay, so we've got,
You got a comment?
okay, Councilman, or as you were, Mr. Morton.
I'm sorry, maybe my timing's off, but I would appreciate consensus because I would like to
Okay.
bring back a hold harmless and just a general use and obligation agreement for you to consider. I think it's a great idea. We can move forward. I know staff's already engaging, so if we can have consensus to draft that agreement, that'd be
We
great.
already have
Thank you.
5 thumbs up, sir. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Councilman Johnson's going to withdraw his thumbs up, I think. I don't know. Go ahead, Councilman.
Wait, Mr. Moore, you're speaking very fast. So you're saying right now you're in the middle of negotiations?
No, staff's just talking. Objectively, we can do it.
Okay.
Our staff has said, yeah, we can find locations. I'm sorry, I'll slow down. All we would like is the consensus because I would like to have a hold harmless agreement drafted with Ms. Smith.
Yeah.
And a use agreement, so it's just very clear that they're sensors, they need to take responsibility, what the city's obligations are, which won't be anything other than the placement, right, and installation, and just all the basic good stuff.
Okay, I agree with
If one falls
that.
off and, a manatee eats it or hits a boat, right, I don't know how big they are, we just want to make sure that we're moving smart in partnership with them.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank
I
you.
agree with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so you still have 5 thumbs up, sir. Councilman Hammond, does that include your report? Or
I had one more. I wanted to thank officially our legislators for pushing some of the needs that we have. They fought pretty hard for us, and one of my passions was Babcock. And I would like to thank Senator Mayfield for making an amendment to have that, to not have that die on the floor. So I just wanted to come out and say thank you for the extra effort. It's nothing we asked her to do, and she did it on her own.
Yeah.
So that's something that's truly amazing. And my last thing is I would like to appoint Thomas Gom to the task force.
Congratulations, sir. Councilman Hammer, not for nothing, I think it warrants us to not only share what Senator Mayfield's done, but the entire delegation. And although it hasn't made it to the governor's desk, it doesn't exclude us from being grateful and thankful for the process of all our projects. So, thank you to each and every one from Robbie Brackett on. They all, Senator Mayfield, Monique Miller, they have overwhelmingly welcomed us, not only in Tallahassee, but they are trying to help us improve our infrastructure and help us with these appropriations and grants. So even though we haven't solidified anything because the governor's got to sign it, however, we must commend their efforts on everything that we've asked for has made the cut. So I want to thank them publicly as well. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Three things. To that point, I want us to be very open-minded and forward-thinking. The Florida legislators passed the House Bill 203, which has to make its way to the governor's desk in regards to property tax. And yeah, so cities may be seeing a pinch in the near future. So that's something that we got to be open-minded and see how we're going to navigate those waters. Other than that, I appoint Donnie Felix for my task force. And I also just want to remind council, for those who haven't turned in their employee evaluations, to make sure they do so.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the unique opportunity to meet with our Lieutenant Governor yesterday. Was actually afforded a generous amount of time with him for almost 2 hours, and part of the meeting included our chairman from the county commissioner, Thad Altman's office, and just really to have that face-to-face time with our Lieutenant Governor and to be able to tell him about Palm Bay. End of last year, Councilman Langevin invited him to Palm Bay, and he spent time on our gun range with our police department and Councilman Langevin, and to get another opportunity for Palm Bay to get in front of him, and we were able to talk about our greatest needs in our city and what we're working for as far as appropriations. And he asked a very simple question, what can I do for you? And the response was simple as well. Please ask the governor not to veto any of the items that have been appropriated to Palm Bay. So whether that carries any weight, we'll know by sometime in July, right? June. Yeah.
June. We'll know by June. Yes,
So,
sir.
but he did express interest to have a follow-up meeting and come back to Brevard County, and just really, really excited for that, to share that news. On some more news related to Palm Bay and just the good things that's going on in our city and just interlocal government agency relationships. Had a school board member reach out. Some traffic issues going on near Palm Bay Elementary School on School Drive, and people not listening to traffic conditions over there, and was able to reach out to Deputy Chief Spears, and he coordinated with our traffic operations department in Palm Bay, and within a month's time was able to find a solution and get signs installed, and then actually monitored the situation for improvement to make sure that the solution was working. And furthermore, our Sergeant Bermudez actually reached out to our school board member just to give them an update, which I think says a lot about what we do for our community and how we communicate and how we work with other government agencies. So I just want to commend our staff and our police department and our traffic operations for that. So I just want to touch base on the TPO report a little bit. Okay. Mayor Medina, Councilman Hammer, and myself, we serve on the TPO board as the representatives from Palm Bay, and a lot of the time we're there to listen to staff presentation, and there was a very discouraging presentation made last week regarding, the 2050 long-term range plan, and there's a lot of projects that are on there for Palm Bay, Malabar being one of them. And of all the projects in the 2050 plan, $2 billion is unfunded, including Malabar Road. And we're looking back at the staff of the TPO, and they're looking at us, and it's like, in my mind, I'm like, what are we doing here? I don't know what the solution looks like. Government cuts are happening from the federal level, the state level, and hope, and potentially even on a local level now with whatever may or may not be happening with property taxes. We could certainly use the help from the residents, to be vocal to our county commissioners, to our state delegates, and our federal government for help. We love serving, we go to these meetings, but we need the 155,000 residents of Palm Bay to get really, really loud with people higher up than the city council. And so just begging for your help, write letters, make phone calls, and don't let off the gas until we start getting the support that we need in our city. Florida was an open state during COVID. COVID policies allowed Florida to be open. And people came here in droves, and we're at our 2035 population. And we're feeling the effects of that now in our roads and our infrastructure. And without a very, very loud, consistent voice, we're not going to get the help we need. So I just wanted to close with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and I was going to report a little bit on that TPO meeting and some of the things that were said. So just so that we understand, what was discussed was the deficit, all the projects, and what was placed before cities and local government was the opportunity for increasing the local option gas tax, which has not been increased in multiple decades. So that being said, that was part of that discussion. And then also to follow up with what else was discussed was the Indian River Lagoon tax that is probably going to be placed on the ballot, and the support to continue to increase, or not increase, but continue to build on what has been done over the last few years. I will say this, that tax is, we can use those benefits regarding the Indian River Lagoon towards infrastructure, meaning outfalls, anything that's going into the outfall. So that infrastructure, I know that the county's done that. I know that came up. Wasn't sure what the purpose of it was because although we're all elected officials, there were multiple individuals on that board, and there was multiple individuals from this board. So we always have to be cautious how we speak. I can speak here in front of you because we're all here together in the sunshine, right? So I just want to make sure that we're understanding that lagoon tax, you can use it for infrastructure as long as it's improving the Indian River Lagoon. So anyway, with that, that concludes my council reports. I do, yes, sir, Councilman Johnson?
Just I guess a point of clarification on the local option gas tax. That amount of money is going to continue to dwindle as we see more electric vehicles come onto our roads. And then even with raising it, you're just going to be putting it on to a population that's dedicated to, sticking it out with fuel where, you're going to have to either tax the road itself because the gas isn't going to get it, especially when we look at 5-10 years from now. That might have already been made. That point might have already been made, but just, that's all.
You're spot on, brother. I brought that up. My colleagues can attest that that's where I went with the LOGTs. So, but anyway, that concludes. You're spot on, though. At this time, I want to go to Mr. Morton for his legal reports or his any additional reports. No. I'm already thinking about you, Madam Smith.
Happy birthday, Miss Christine Sullivan, the sticky note that held Public Works together for a long time. We appreciate you. Happy birthday. I did make a comment a few months back, I think maybe it was a month and a half ago, that we would address Flock in May. We found out that the contract might go a little longer than we originally anticipated, but I'm still going to bring that forward for a May conversation because that's what we told the public. So I think it's absolutely imperative that we do that. So I will continue to keep that on the agenda, but I wanted to acknowledge that we made a calculation error in the renewal date. It actually goes 5 years longer than we thought, but we're still going to bring it back for conversation.
So where the contract ends when? Oh, in
Deputy
5
Chief
more?
knows right off the top of his head. Yeah, it'll be 5 years from 2031.
Okay, but we're still going to have this conversation.
I believe, yes, sir.
And
because-
perhaps we could bring in a totality in that conversation and how we move forward.
That was the plan, the presentation,
Aye,
the
sir.
direction, let the public comment, all those things that we said we would do.
Okay.
2029. Open house. So we're having an open house for utilities on March 12th. More information is going to come. It was part of the initiatives we had for transparency and communication with the public. We just closed the website survey. We're looking at that feedback we got to make our website more functional, better, more accessible, more useful to our residents. And we're doing this open house at utilities to invite people in to have these conversations, show them what we do, not just tell them, but show them what we do. And so I'm really looking forward to that. The utility staff's been working very hard to put that together. And then following that up sometime in the spring, maybe early summer, we're going to do a companion open house at Public Works. And same thing, let people come in, see what we do, see operations, really start to understand what their city does on a daily basis. So it's part of our strategy to continue to open our doors engage our community and let them have conversations and see firsthand, not just hear about it in reports, but see firsthand, what we're doing. So really looking forward to that. Want to welcome Dennis Bunt as our new interim acting, I think I said the title right, I apologize if I did not, code compliance manager. Had the unique opportunity to get to know Dennis through the Light team, and he was one of the shining stars in there, so we're grateful to have him on board, and he's still managing customer service, and if any of you follow your emails, you see that he resolves dozens of concerns, questions, and queries on a daily basis. He's just doing phenomenal work for us, really appreciative of that. Next meeting, we will bring forward for official discussion, submission, and consideration of any congressional legislative priorities to be submitted to Congressman Herodopoulos. That will be on the agenda for 3-5. I did submit to you today in the report a copy of the form, a copy of the last requests under Congressman Posey, and a copy of our requests and our success under Congressman Herodopoulos, just to sort of refresh your memory where we've been, where we're currently going, and hopefully that informs you of where you would like to go with these new legislative requests. Last item is, we did get a call, very interesting, as you may have heard in the news, Kroger is pulling out of Florida, pulling out of the Southeast in large part. They have a brand-new, unused, they set it up, modular building that is almost a complete analog, identical to what we were looking to purchase for the range for the Milo setup. We can have it for free. We just have to move it to the range. I think the cost of that move is about $40,000, we believe. We have to act very quickly. Will save us about $250,000 in the purchase of the building. However, I don't think it's going to save us $250,000. I'd like to explain and get some direction from council. We've augmented our legislative request for the Frank Tobar building. The reason being is we'd like to, get this building, acquire it, and then use those funds that we would get in our match that's required in that legislative approval to do the site work, place this new Frank Tobar building for Milo, do the improvements, and then as you gentlemen probably know, those 2 classrooms are in really bad shape. So with the additional revenue, I've programmed into the modification that we would go ahead and remodel and update and clean up those classrooms. I mean, they're in bad shape. And so it just helps us advance in a significant way by about $225,000 to $250,000 less the moving cost. Projects on the range for essentially the same amount of money. But while it's in my discretion to have secured the building, I really want you guys understanding, get support from council. If you don't think it's a good idea, if you have different suggestions, love to have that conversation and get consensus one way or another tonight, please.
So I guess the first thing I'd like to ask is, what's the condition of that mod, or
Brand new, never
know? It's
inhabited,
brand new?
set up, and no one never used it.
Okay, and so.
We've had our staff go up to Rockledge and look at it, inspected it. Steve Wooden said it's slightly smaller by, a couple hundred square feet, but it will be almost exactly what we expect for the Milo building.
Well, then I think Deputy Mayor has lobbied through the Lieutenant Governor, so we may stand a chance of the governor not vetoing it. Yeah, I'm good with that. So Councilman Johnson, thumbs up. Hammer, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, my only comment, obviously, I think this is a great win for Palm Bay. I don't think we should catch our chickens before they hatch. If we're successful with the governor, then, I would say I would authorize the money for the remodel of the modules, but until then, stay the course with the money being focused on the Milo system.
Yes, and you point out a good fact. We will stay the course, and if for some reason our request fails, that building may sit uninhabited for a year or two, but we thought it was worth that opportunity to grab it and try to move it forward. So that is the risk, sir. I appreciate you pointing that out, Deputy Mayor.
Does that conclude your report, Mr. Morton? Yes, that's okay. Madam Smith?
Nothing further.
Okay, this meeting's adjourned.